All right. Hello, everybody. Somebody was playing with my sound thing, my soundboard. So hopefully I am actually coming through here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. All right. We're good. Welcome, everybody. To another let's put that there. Let's get it down a bit. We have challenges. A lot of challenges at the beginning of this year. That's okay, though. We're going to overcome them. That's all right. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. No, probably not. Just annoys me at how tall this is, because it blocks some of my screen. Well, we are going to be running some sprints at 9 o'clock. Hopefully people will be joining. Until then, I'm just going to be working. I need a little sign. Oh, I have a zip or something on my neck. Anyway, I need a little sign that says, I'm working. All right, we are dealing with deliberate practice. Let's see what else we get. Using focus. So I'm writing up a series of or I'm putting together a series of 6 videos on deliberate practice to see, and I think I'm going to do 6 of them because yeah. Yo, what's up, Max? So, the other day you were asking me, your keyboard just broke. No. No. That's a bummer. It's going to make it hard to write unless you're dictating. Hey, there you go. It's working again. So the other day you were asking about deliberate practice. And we were talking a little bit about how I had sort of squeezed a huge amount of development and skill acquisition into a relatively short amount of time. Well, I decided that I'm going to do a series of videos. And after looking through it, it looks like it's going to take me 6 videos because my videos are pretty short. 3 a week for 2 weeks to go through deliberate practice, talking about it from my perspective as a writer. So I'm actually just putting that together to sort of is it not live? I should be at the... Oh, cool. Gotcha. Well, yeah, like I was saying, I'm going to be doing a series of videos on deliberate practice. And so I'm putting some things together. Oh, interesting. Curious. Yeah, I don't know how any of that works. I just do this. I don't actually know how to like do it properly. I just like, yeah. Yeah. Hey, what's your address? On Discord, send me your address. For reasons. What kind of keyboard do you want? What's a Moonlander? Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. But no, I actually I just swapped out a keyboard. I had to get a different keyboard because this one is too clicky, as you can hear. And so I have an extra keyboard laying around. If you want to send me your address, that'd be cool. Unless you don't like clicky keyboards, in which case it won't help you very much. But seriously, that Moonlander keyboard is awkward looking. Not if I just buy you one from Amazon wherever, unless you don't have Amazon. Where is... Does it actually work? I feel like it is a QWERTY keyboard though, right? Like it is a QWERTY keyboard. So oh, gotcha. Yeah, you have to be able to 10-finger type. I guess that makes sense. Hello, Foxy. How you doing? How's it going? All right, we are going to be sprinting in 17 minutes, but I have a couple things to talk about. First of all, today is not a writing day for me, in that I'm going to be plotting all day. I need to... I have a new book that I'm starting, and I need to not just plot the book, but I need to plot the entire series. And so I'm going to do that. Let's see... Will it work? Will it work? Will it work? All right. Max, look at Discord. Do you want clicky or linear or tactile? Max. Clicky, linear, or tactile? Oh. You are on it. Ugh. No, Foxy. You are Foxy. You are not Max. All right, 10 minutes until we're going to get started sprinting. Once again, instead of writing, I am going to be sprinting by, or I'm going to be doing some plotting during my sprinting. Business, business, business. Business, business, business. Too much business. But one of the things that I really like to do is I like to take time between books to make sure that I'm not just rushing. I have a bad habit of just like cranking the speed of whatever it is I'm doing as hard as possible. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I've moved the mic back a good bit. So if you can't hear me well, or if my voice is too soft, let me know. Is this better, Foxy? I can move it closer. That's what's called a practical, Max. It's called a practical. A practical is a light that sits behind that just gives some definition to the shot. It's a point of interest to pull your eye. All right. So we've got a couple minutes here. We have 6 minutes until we get started sprinting. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep working on what I was working on, which is my videos for today. What is deliberate practice? Question mark. See, this just gets in my way. It's frustrating. What is deliberate practice? Deliberate practice it is what it sounds like. That is, practicing deliberately. But it is characterized by a few things. The most important thing is that deliberate practice is characterized by not doing the action for the enjoyment of the action. Not doing it for fun, but for improvement. And that is really important. I am never going to do makeup because I just don't care. Don't care. I just won't do makeup. Because, yeah, just not worried about it. Foxy, what if you always enjoy writing? Well, the reality is that if you always enjoy writing, then you have considerable room to improve. Because deliberate practice includes stretching our abilities. And the thing about stretching our abilities is the human mind is naturally resistant to stretching our abilities. I will not put on eyeliner. Not interested. I'm just going to display the bags under my eyes from being tired. See? Man, I look tired. I still have not caught up on sleep from this past weekend. This is what happens when you get old. It's really hard to catch up on sleep. Defined goal. Absolute focus. Immediate feedback. And desired difficulty. Repetition. Plus refinement. Boom. Video number 1. Ready. I can take off my glasses anytime I want. It's pretty intense though, huh? That's all right. By write a video, I mean, that's my script. And then I just talk extemporaneously. That's what it is. That's what it is. All right, folks, we are about to jump into our first sprint of the day. So get yourselves ready. We're going to be doing this thing. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. Let's make sure my other camera is set up. Whoa. Whoa. That is definitely a chair. That is right in the way. But we are going to be getting started with this. So let's get ready to do it. Hello to everybody who has joined in. That was our first sprint of the day. I am working on something a little bit out of the ordinary today because I'm not actually writing. And there are two main reasons for that. I am prepping for a new series. And so I always take at least one day, sometimes more, but at least one day into, or to just plot and to think about what I'm doing and to sort of get my mind switched over from the series that I've been working on into the series that I'm going to be working on. Am I not coming through? On my end, I'm coming through. Hey Stoic, how are you doing? Yeah, so today I am just plotting, and I've gotten halfway through book 3 in terms of sort of general first idea for plot. Hey Foxy, nice. I love it. I just had an idea that I have to write down. All right. So we have 7 minutes, and then we're going to jump right back into it. Again, we do these sprints 30 minutes on, 10 minutes off, 30 minutes on, 10 minutes off, and we'll be running them all the way to 1 o'clock. A note, I had been planning on streaming all week. However, tomorrow's stream will be a little bit short. Maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see. Hey, nice. Good job, Max. Getting those words in. Let's see here. Nice that you're dividing deliberate practice into 6 videos. Yeah, I thought that 3 videos just wasn't quite enough to talk about it. I think 6 will be better. Also, series preparation. What's that like for me? I approach series in sort of the same way I approach regular, just like any book, in terms of trying to make sure that I have a very clear sense of the world, a very clear sense of the objective of it. I'm a pantser by nature, and so I don't worry about plotting too heavily because I know that anything I do plot heavily is going to shift and adjust. But I like having a sense for where it's going to be. That's especially so when I'm trying to keep a series to a specific number of books, because I have a tendency to write sort of long. What I mean by that is the Titan series was supposed to be 3 books. It ended up at 10. Tower series, I thought, you know what, I'm going to just aim for 10 to begin with. Well, I am about to, or I'm going to start book 6 here in February, probably, maybe March. But I already have, like, I don't know how I'm going to end it in 5 more books. So I like to have a clear sense of scope, you know, what it is that I'm going to be doing sort of overall in the whole thing. And I like to have a good sense of that before I get started. Otherwise, it's just world building and characters and conflict. What's the world like? Because I'm going to be spending a lot of time playing there. Who are the characters I'm going to be spending time with? And then on top of that, what are the conflicts that they need to resolve by the end of the series? Yeah, so I'll prepare this one to be 5 books, and then I'll write 25. No, this is actually going to be a 6-book series. And the reason it's going to be a 6-book series is because I'm deliberately practicing narrowing scope. This is something that I'm going to work on, because I'm recognizing that while it's fantastic to have these long, sprawling series, I want to write other stuff. And if I want to write other stuff, I have to make sure that I'm keeping my scope narrow so that I eventually get to an end. So this one, Iron Tyrant, is going to be 6 books. I think that's going to be it. Though Battle Mage Farmer was supposed to be 3. And then it turned into 6. And then it turned into 9. So maybe I'm just fated to write long series forever. If that's the case, that's fine. You know, I'm enjoying it. I'm liking it. The problem is that I'm on a 4-month schedule for most of my series. And so I have to put a new book out every... I have to put a new book out every 4 months in each of my series. And I was just looking at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 7 series that I'll have this year. It's a lot of books. I did a little bit of work last night outlining when which book is going to come. And I realized that this year I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, probably close to 16 book releases, which is a lot. That's like a lot. That might be too many. I'm not sure yet. But if I'm successful in this attempt to release 16 books, then I'll be doing pretty well. I'll be ahead. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Stoic, you're right. It is. Do I ever let my kids into my writing or let them watch me write? No, not typically, because they're too distracting. But they do read my books. Yeah, this is for sure a mountain. It's gonna be a tough one to climb. But you know what? I'm excited to do it. And I figured out that if I maintain my my sprints, if I maintain this stream for the most of the year, then I'm actually going to be able to do it. I will be successful. So I'm pretty excited about that. But guess what time it is? It's time to get to work. Let's put our 31 minutes on the clock. Let's get our music going, and I will see you folks on Thursday. with that second sprint. How'd it go for you? How did it go? Hey, Sean. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Man, this is something else. I am working on plotting a new series called Iron Tyrant, and as normal, I'm pretty good until I get to the end. And then when I get to the end, I typically well, that's annoying. It's a delay in shipping a bunch of things to me. That's okay. When I get to the end, I typically have trouble just sort of weaving everything together. And so I'm trying to do that, trying to figure out how I can hold sort of a satisfying conclusion in my I'm talking further away from the mic. And that is probably what's going on. Maybe I can turn it up too. I don't know. Hey, how are you doing? Woo! Because I told you I am working on narrowing scope. That's one of the deliberate practice things that I'm doing. Well, good. So we are about to, we're going to be sprinting again in 17 minutes. I'm not 17, 7. 7 minutes. And once again, I am working on plotting today. I finished a book yesterday. I'm plotting today. I'll jump into another book tomorrow. But yeah, in 6 minutes, we're going to jump into doing some stuff. Yeah, 27th book I just finished. 27th. Yeah. It's pretty crazy to me to think that I have written 27 books. Let's see. That's a bit over 3.6 million words, I think, is what I've hit. Which is pretty wild. Yes, it is. But, incidentally, it's not as much as, like, Norrit. If you want to just blow your mind, talk to Norrit about Legend of Randedly Ghost Hound. I was talking to him, and he just, man, I want to say he's at like 8 million words. Wildness. Yeah. Almost 2,500 chapters. Like, that's madness. Nora is. Tomes, it's all one story. So it's a web serial. And so it's just different than your sort of traditional books. And so he is chopping it into books to release it, but because it's a web serial. Yeah. Plus, he's super fun to talk to about writing. So if anybody ever gets a chance, Norrit Flood, fantastic guy to talk to about writing. Yeah, he really knows what he's doing. But I think he has finally finished that series. He's also been writing for 7 years on the same series. I don't know that I can do that. Yeah. I don't know that I would be able to do that. Yeah. Well, we have 3 minutes, folks, until we are going to get started on our next sprint. I am still sussing out the end of the series, how I want to end it. Instead of just leaving it open-ended, as I normally do, and sort of figure it out as I go, I'm going to try to have a very concrete end in mind. And I've got a couple of pieces that I want, but I need to sort of make sure that everything fits together and make sure that more importantly, that the character arcs are not just complete in the books, but are complete in the entire series. Yeah. Hey, that's awesome. 873K since last June is that's pretty legit. Yeah. That's solid. Oh, thank you. Well, Sean, I do say I have an advantage because I've spent so much time with those characters. You know, when you write when you write a character for 10 books, like, it really does, it really does make it easier to sort of treat them like a real person, which is what I always try to do. I try to treat all of my characters like real people. Yep. But yeah, so like I mentioned, I'm deliberately practicing maintaining scope in my series, and one of the ways that I'm going to do that again is just by doing a little bit more plotting than normal, and just really trying to hone in on the sort of the total story for this section, right? One of the things I realized is that even though there is more story, I don't necessarily have to tell it. I can set the series up in such a way, I can set the books up in such a way that people tell the story themselves, and so I don't have to continue on. So I'm really liking Plotter. Now, I've been using Plotter for just individual books. So right now I'm using a pad of paper for plotting out the 6 books that are going to be in this series, but I'm really enjoying Plotter for outlining the books in particular. Once I'm done sort of locking down these 6 books, I'm actually going to spend probably the second half of this stream, so the last 3 sprints that we're doing, using Plotter to plot out my first book just real tight. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to be doing. All right. Well, folks, it is time to get going. Let's get this sprint started. I don't know why I did that. Let's get our music going. 31 minutes on the clock. Let's do this. All right. That's another sprint. And I was just sprinting down the stairs because I was making some coffee. Well, I got my my sixth book figured out. I know how I want it to end. Pretty happy with it. Of course, there will be refining as I go, but with this sprint being ended, I'm happy with where I have it. Nice, satisfying ending. That's what I'm aiming for. But then now I'm starting to really dig into the progression of the characters, specifically the main character and specifically the power progression. I finished the book that I was working on yesterday, Bodegazilla. Pretty happy with how it turned out, and now I'm plotting for a new book that I'll start tomorrow, Iron Tyrant. So this is sort of my break day, and on my break, I'm plotting to make sure that I can get my book all sorts of done, or in good enough place that I can get it started. That's what I meant to say. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, that's so fun. All right. Hey, 501 EA, that's awesome. Sean, I like it. 1361, very cool. Are you typing or are you dictating? Ha, I was giggling. Nice. That's awesome. I do not type that fast. I think the highest I've ever gotten in my life typing was 1200. But most of the time I'm closer to 700 to 900 words. Oh my. So I'm thinking about progression for this character. I'm writing lit RPG, so progression is really important. And this is really going to be more of a progression fantasy than it's going to be a lit RPG. I say more of because the progression is going to be more cultivation-y, I think. Maybe not. It's a deck building system. And really what I'm debating is how important is the selection of skills on an ongoing basis for the reader's enjoyment. So one of the things about deck building that I think is important to understand is that collecting is a part of what makes a deck builder attractive, right? Finding different skills, putting together a deck. Anybody who's played a deck building game understands that building the deck is as much fun in many cases as playing the deck. And so, and clearly, you know, everybody falls somewhere on the spectrum of some people really love to play the decks and they don't really care about building. Some people really love to build decks and they don't care so much about playing, right? But everybody falls somewhere in that spectrum. So when you're translating that to a progression fantasy or a lit RPG, I think it's an important important spectrum to maintain, right? You want to understand that some people are going to come into some people are going to come into your story wanting more of the execution of the powers to see how the cool powers play out, and other people are going to come in wanting more of that feeling of collection. So sorry, one sec. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to decide where on that spectrum I want to fall with this story. And so it's, you know, it's a challenge because in my original conception, the main character could theoretically gain their powers at the beginning of the first book and then never change them ever. But I don't know that and that would serve the story well, actually. It would serve the story really well. And then it would just be a matter of finding new and creative ways to use them. But that completely undercuts the point of a deck builder, right? And so I'm thinking that I instead want to shift into more of a collection sort of thing. But if you decide to do, if I decide to focus more on collection, then it's a matter of, do I pace it aggressively? Do I pace it slowly? And do I, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. I'm thinking about it. Oh, Discord sounds. Yeah, sorry. I'll turn them down. Blah. So, what's everybody else working on? See, I think that's right. We need fun mistakes within the challenge of building to keep us interested, right? Success isn't interesting. It's the chase that's interesting, at least from a collector's standpoint, right? The thing that makes collecting something interesting is not actually the having the thing, it's trying to find the thing. I was watching actually last night a really interesting documentary on rare booksellers, and it's on Prime. It was good. And one of the things that they were talking about is how when you get a rare book, when a collector finally gets a rare book, they'll often put it on their shelf and they will never look at it again. But it might have taken them 20 years to find that book. And so they're really excited to find it. And it's the thrill of the hunt that really takes something from just being like sort of interesting to really interesting. Sean, how long is my usual book creation time? Well, that depends. It fluctuates from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, somewhere around there. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, I haven't read Fourth Wing either, but a lot of people seem to like it. A lot of other people say it's meh. So, it's hard to know. Fourth Wing's it's an interesting phenomenon because there is a lot of sort of push right now to build out. There's a huge push right now to build out like special editions of books people love, but I think it's a mistake because a lot of people are rushing into it, and so they're doing it before the books have gained like peak popularity. Yeah, it is. It's pretty crazy. And I actually think that we are late for our sprint. So, let's go ahead and jump into our next sprint. I wasn't watching the time. It's not just been 2 minutes since we started the sprint. I think it's been more than that. Am I crazy? No. I'm not crazy. All right. We're going to sprint. We're going to do it because that's why we're here. No, Bodegazilla. We are going to sprint. So let's get this going. Hello there. So I realized that I had turned down my desktop audio so that nobody would see or nobody would hear the Discord notifications, but that means you can't hear the music. I'm so sorry. You had to sprint in silence. Hopefully you had music of your own. But how did we do? I spent the entire sprint trying to figure out power system. And I think I have a pretty good sense of what I want to do. I think I have a pretty good sense. Yeah. Hey, lady, how are you doing? Congrats on the page you got done. Love that. Hey, Sean, well done. Bodegazilla, love it. Love it. Stoic, any writing counts as writing. Once again, I call these writing sprints, but they are really productivity sprints, which is why I am not writing today. I am just working on the thing I need to work on. So if getting a few hundred words in your annual personal reviews counts, or if that's the work you need to be getting done, that's the work you need to be getting done. Absolutely. Bodegazilla, love it. All right, Max, see ya. Have a good time on your date. Yeah, Stoic, I think that working together is really great. It's a great way to motivate and get focus. That's what I was trying to say. To get focus. Sean asks, so how will this power system compare to some of your others? This will be a very different power system because, again, it's going to be card-based. Static skills, not the typical mana system that I use in the rest of my series. So, all right. Yeah, no worries, Max. See ya. Have a good time. Good luck, good luck. So what I'm looking at doing with this system that I'm building is everybody gets 5 skills. Or 5 cards. There are 5 slots. Everybody gets a root slot, which is sort of your heart card, and it can't be changed. Once it's slotted, it's there permanently. You then get 2 active slots, your arms. Excuse me. You get 2 active slots in your arms and 2 passive slots in your legs. Those slots can be swapped out unless you have a card that doesn't allow you to, which is exactly what our main character ends up inflicted with. The rankings, I'm thinking, are going to be Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Platinum. There are 5 ranks. There are 5 cards. And the root card that the main character is going to get is going to be Heart of Iron. Increase your resiliency for every iron-ranked card slotted, but cards cannot be removed. And the reason is because he is, at the beginning of the first book, or pretty close to the beginning, he's thrown into this training camp for the military where they're going to turn him into a sacrificial soldier. And so he is part of this sort of experimental team where they're sticking him in this unit with a preset build. And so that build is a full set of iron cards, and he gets better resiliency for every iron card he has slotted, but he's stuck. He can't change cards. Okay? And the reason I'm going to do this at 5 and not 6 is because he has a 6th card. And I'll save that for when the book actually appears. but he's going to get a 6th card. And that's his advantage over everybody else in the series or in that world. And so it's a I picked 5 because that keeps it within sort of reason. So, well, folks, we are a little bit off in terms of our timing because I did not keep to our schedule, which means that we are going to be getting into a sprint here. I think at 11:47. I think that's when we do our next sprint. 11:48, something like that. In the meantime, I am going to eat this banana. I am going to drop this banana on the ground. I think the carpet's pretty clean. That was a banana slip. It's absolutely right. A banana split would be better. But I'm trying not to eat so much sugar. He says as he chows down on fruit non-stop. I'm trying not to eat so much refined sugar because I'm something of a fiend for ice cream and chocolate and candies. Oh no. Yeah, that's a bummer. Do you have a pen and paper? Can you, or something to write with? Can you do some like planning or something? Or is your time pretty much done? I don't know if you can see in the background up there. This is how much I like sugar. My wife got this for me for Christmas, assuming that I would eat this, all of them, on Christmas. The problem is that she bought them before I decided that I was going to reduce the amount of sugar that I was eating because I'm feeling a little bit pudgy. And so they've been sitting there on my shelf tempting me. Yeah. She did not take my silly desires to lose weight into account when she bought this, but all right. Sorry, EA. See ya later. We will sprint with you in spirit. So we got about 3 minutes, folks, and then we are going to be going once more. Sean says he'll ask a quick plotting question. Lay it on me. And if I can't finish talking about it this time, I'll talk about it next time. As a pantser, I've fallen in love with plotting now. But when I hit book 2 of Dragon Rider, I learned I had to plot. Because multiple books require that cohesive element that is harder with longer stories. Hey, Julius. Welcome to the sprints. We have 2 more today that we're going to be doing. In a few minutes, we're going to be jumping into our fifth one for the day, our 5th sprint for the day. And then, and we'll probably actually do that as I'm looking at the time at 11:50. That'll mean that we end our 5th sprint, at 12:20. And then we'll have 10 minutes off, and then we'll do one last sprint from 12:30 to 1 o'clock, which will be perfect. So Sean asks, do you suggest everyone look at plotting from start, or is pantsing still an option? Pantsing is totally an option. I have written nearly every one of my books completely pantsed. I only started plotting in the last maybe 3 or 4 books, and I legitimately mean that. And so the first 25 books that I wrote were no plot, just pantsed. And you're right, it is harder to keep focus, and it is harder to keep the overall story in mind. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. It just requires some particular knack for story flow, right? Plotting and pantsing give you 2 different results. Plotting gives you a tighter story. Pantsing gives you a more natural feel. So that's my answer. I think that you should experiment and see what works for you. I'm really enjoying this sort of plotting that I'm doing, but it's very light compared to what a lot of people do. I'm still very much pantsing my books. At the same time, there are other people who spend a lot of time on the outlines and the plots, and they really hone in, and then they write, and they do great. So really, it's just a matter of what works for you. There is no right way to write. All right, folks, we are going to be jumping into our 5th sprint of the day. Let's get ourselves ready. Focus in on what it is you're going to be sprinting on. I have a couple of skills to lay down, and then I'm going to get into book 1 and nailing down the chapter by chapter outline. All right, Sean. See you later. Yeah, some people do outline for years, and they never get to the actual writing part. I'm a huge proponent of the writing first methodology. You can always go back and plot. You can always go back and fix things. But if you don't write, you'll never have a story. And so finishing is more important than anything else. You do have to find a balance that works for you, though. That's absolutely right. We have 2 minutes until we're going to get going. So let's go ahead and get our time on the clock. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and start here at 11:49 so that we're making sure we are on time. We're also going to bump up that audio and kill Discord so it's not making noises at us. But let's get going. Well, hello, hello. It looks like my music never started. Huh. I wonder what happened there. Hey, Jay. Glad to see you made it again. Pretty awesome, pretty awesome. I am working on planning everything out, and so I am now into the actual writing of scenes in each of the chapters. Again, I'm very much a pantser versus a plotter, and so I tend to play it pretty fast and loose. I don't worry too much about making sure that everything is perfect. I'm just trying to get general story flow, and I'll adjust it once I'm in it. But pretty happy with how it's going. I am, I'm a pantser who tries to plot a little bit as well, but I keep my plotting to sort of a minimum. But I hope your sprint went well. If you did any writing, go ahead and drop some word count in that chat. In 9 minutes, we're going to do our last sprint of the stream. That's going to take us to 1 o'clock. But in the meantime, I think it's a good idea to talk a little bit about tomorrow, because tomorrow, I didn't realize it, but my schedule might be a little bit wonky. What I mean by that is I might be only a little bit late. Hey, nice. 700 words is awesome. We love to see that. So normally I start at 8:30 with the stream. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to. I don't think. There's a really good chance that I have a meeting that I can't avoid from 9:15 to 10:15, but I have to leave at like 8:45 in order to attend. And then I will be back closer to 10:30. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try to start my stream at 10:30 tomorrow. And I'm going to try to start at 10:30, and then I'm going to run till 12:30. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to start my stream at 10:30, kick off sprinting pretty much right away, and then I'm going to run it till 12:30 because I have another unavoidable thing at 1, commitment at 1. I'm getting a massage, actually. And I don't know why I scheduled it at 1. I should have scheduled it at 1:30, but I wasn't thinking. And now it's on the schedule, so I'm going to go do that. Looking forward to that for sure. So tomorrow, if you're planning on being on, and I hope you will be, 10:30-ish is when I'm looking at starting. Just keep an eye out for when it starts. And then at 1 or at 12:30 we'll be done, and then I'll go to my massage. Julius, 5 plot points. I love it. I love it. It's so interesting to me how something like writing, when I'm pantsing, can be so, it can be like life-giving, you know? It tires me out, but it doesn't like drain my energy. But then when I plot, I've spent the day plotting, and man, I am exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. So it's interesting how different kinds of activity can, give us energy or reduce our energy. And learning about yourself and what drains your energy is, I think, important. Because it's weird to me that plotting takes so much more mental energy than just writing. But that's how it is. What do you think about using scene archetypes? I'm kind of wanting to try using them. I think you should. I think you should use scene archetypes. I do not use scene archetypes. And not because they're not a good idea. I think they are a good idea. I think that I don't use scene archetypes because I already have an incredibly concrete instinctive understanding of how I want my stories to go. And so rather than planning out the flow of a story in terms of, what should happen from an archetype point of view, I plan out my stories in terms of what is the emotion of the story and how do I want to make the reader feel. But I do that instinctively. I don't try to plan it out ahead of time. Every time I've tried to plan it out ahead of time, I find myself quite stifled. And that isn't to say I haven't used things like for a while, I was doing like a save the cat model or trying it with every story. But what I found is that I often just threw it out the window and I wrote the way I wanted to write. My stories also don't follow sort of the traditional novel arc. They're more like a web serial in the way their arc works. And so scene archetypes are great. I've found that I don't personally need them because of the way I write, but I would definitely recommend trying them out if they seem interesting to you. Lady, well done. Good job writing another page. That's fantastic. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, so we have 3 minutes, and then we're going to get going into our last sprint. On Friday, I am anticipating being here until... Oh, I have another meeting. I made a bunch of meetings earlier this year, like at the beginning of January, and then I switched into this new schedule, and I still have not worked through all of the meetings that I scheduled too early. But from now on, I'm only scheduling meetings after 11:30. That's what I'm saying. I do have a lot of meetings. They're good. They help me get things done. But I'm really excited to write at this moment in my life. And so meetings can be a little bit frustrating if they disrupt my writing. I like them when they don't disrupt my writing. But I am going to, maybe I'll see if I can move that one a little bit later. Anyway, I'll be here sprinting on Friday as well. 2 minutes until we get going. Inside Case, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Might be a very general question, but to what extent do you plan the key points of the story before you start writing a book, or is it just off the cuff? So that's the difference between a plotter and a pantser. I'm on the pantsing side, so I'm more off the cuff. Someone who's on the plotting side is going to be planning the key points a little bit more meticulously. I will say that I always go into a story with a few important things in mind. Okay, what's the world like? What are the characters like? And what are the conflicts like? And so I tried to plan out the world. I try to plan out the characters themselves. And when I say the characters, I mean what sort of growth arc do they go through? What happens to them in the story that takes them from point A to point B in terms of as a character. But then additionally, I like to plan out my conflict. What sort of conflict do I have throughout the story? I think there are, and I think that the conflict is the most important piece, because a story only exists when there is conflict and resolution. If there's no conflict and there's no resolution, then it's just a series of events. But if you want a story, then you need to have something that changes. So there needs to be some conflict and there needs to be something that comes out of it. So we are going to get jumped into sprinting. Let's go ahead and put 31 minutes on the clock. That is going to take us right up to 1 o'clock. So let's go. Well, folks, I don't know what happened, but our timer never started. Our music never started either. Is stuff just turning off? Who knows? But that brings us to the end of our sprints for the stream. Lady, that's awesome. A page and a bit more done. Fantastic. I got scenes written up till chapter 17. So I got scenes up until chapter 17 written. Jay, nice. 1025. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. That's fantastic. Nice to see everybody on here today. Once again, don't forget, tomorrow's stream is going to be a little bit delayed. Instead of being at 9 a.m., we're going to jump in around 10:30 most likely. Now, there's a chance that that's not going to be the case. There's a chance that I'll just be getting on at normal time. So I'll post about it before I go live, and you'll find out. But otherwise, expect to see me around 10:30. I will be writing tomorrow. My goal for the rest of today is just to finish out this plot, make sure that I've got everything going. So, that's it. Thanks so much for hanging out, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. See ya.